nation, destroys our generation. I don't mind, I don't mind, I don't mind, I don't mind. Looking for inspiration in my life, looking for inspiration all the time, looking for, looking for, looking for, looking for, hey!
Welcome on in, everybody. You're in a little bit of a late start here. Maybe not too bad, but this may or may not end up being a pretty short stream here. I got some issues to figure out here. What's going on the PC? I got a lot of things that are not wanting to work as far as steering wheel, all this kind of good stuff here. So might end up being a pretty short stream. We'll see how this goes, but appreciate everybody dropping on by here for Spline Design Studios Saturday. It's just yeah, it's been one of those days. I think the whole week has just been a complete fumble, and I'd much rather be able to just do a clean slate and start over, to be honest. But yeah, I figure I'd get this thing going up, what I can get working at least anyway, and kind of go on from there. So game plan is to go over some of the progress of the Texas Motor Speedway build for the Inter 2003 racing simulation. So new developments have arisen, I guess, to prompt us having to make some additional adjustments to the track, which are not limited to having to rebuild the track again, do some misscalings and mismeasurements, I guess, as far as like that. Sometimes these types of things happen when you get into these types of things, and you have to double check your work. And it's better to catch it when you're early enough in the build process there, I guess, to not have to completely wipe out all the work that has been done. I guess is when it becomes too much of a workload. So it's better it's happening now, I guess, than later. I guess, for the lack of a better way to put it. It actually introduces more ideas as far as to be able to create the things that were needed for the track in a much different fashion as well. So try to look at the bright side of things when it comes to that. So without wasting too much time, I got this thing loaded up here. So this is a nearly revised and rescaled ground plane to include some tweaks to the LiDAR, the cloud point data. With all that I've just mentioned there, it became apparent that in the ground plane, and this is a lot of times what will happen when you're taking your image to put to the ground plane, it will tend to, in most cases, be skewed one way or the other. So the conclusion that we came to, I guess, as far as post stream and coming into today's stream, this evening stream, is there's two very pronounced areas in our ground plane that we're using here, and it's not going to matter if you high-res stitch an image or not. It's not really going to make any difference. That's the further conclusion that we came to. There is some quote-unquote fudge factor, I guess, as far as the image that you use, as far as the way it's taken and where you're gathering it from, particularly in this case Google Earth, and whether it's the Google Earth Pro application or the web, it's not going to matter. You're going to run into, in some occasions, where that image is not going to 100% line up with the LiDAR. So it becomes a factor of, coming to a compromise as to what is close. And what we find is, as I was trying to make here, what we came to find with this particular image that we've been using, the two opposing corners between turn 4 and turns 2 tend to be the most off. Now granted, this is just a one solid image, it hasn't been stitched or anything, but it becomes apparent regardless if you stitch the image based on larger high quality images in comparison to just one image like we've been using, you're still going to have these anomalies. And I've definitely shown this before in the past with other track builds like the Charlotte Roval. So it's just a matter of compromising a little bit, I guess, as far as getting the LiDAR sized up, factoring in all that skewing that would exist in the background image as far as for the ground plane, and just try to focus on more of the static objects, as many of the static objects in different areas as you can. But you're not going to get it all. In most cases, you're not going to get it all. There's going to be some areas that are just not going to 100% line up. So it's a matter of just getting it close. That's the best we can do. So until they start creating a method as far as to get the ground plane image, I guess that's unflawed, as we're dealing with here. That's what we have to deal with. So, all right. So with all that being said, this is where we're at. This has been, like I said, this has been rescaled. The ground plane has been resized based on new information on what was wrong. The wrong information that we've been going by, I guess, up until this point. So this is all revised information as far as the cloud point data and so on. So I did bring back in the objects that we had previously. Now these are all back to the original. These are the ones that were unmodified, unedited, since last week's stream. So we're starting over from that point as far as the original models back from the 2015 build, and going from there. So with all this rescaled and remeasured and things like that, we came to the conclusion that we're much more closer and don't have as much adjustment. You can kind of see where the green parts there from the cloud point data are poking through, and you can see how much more closer our grandstand model is actually in comparison to the track surface and so on. So the three main components I should say, are the grandstand items, to include the Speedway Club. I got the Squirk Tower back in here, the large video screen in the back stretch. The only one I did not bring in was this one here. That one's pretty much already done. I was just trying to maintain, I guess, items that aren't completely done yet. Or at least rescaled, resized, I guess, to the LiDAR. This is already in our track, so we're going to leave that the way it is. There's still some things that need to get revised, I guess, on that model, but the initial model as far as the scale and size of it has already been done. So that's the only reason why that isn't in this scene at the moment. They use stitch images. If you zoom, all of them do. That's the thing. It's just all depends on how the image was actually taken, how it was put into the Google application. Doesn't matter. That's what I did some beyond what we went over towards, I guess, as far as like that. So, but that's just, there's not much you can do about that. So unless you can get your own images, I guess, via taking up a drone and taking your own pictures to potentially remove, I guess, some of that skewing, whatever that might be in the image, that's probably the only other option. So going by Google Earth, I'm not trying to discount the use of the Google Earth images. Only point trying to make is you're more than likely going to run into skewing issues of the images, regardless of which which way Google Earth, Google Maps, or whatever Google product that you tend to use, it's going to have some anomalies in that image is all. So we're using what we have available to us, I guess, as far as with that being noted there, and we've been able to resize this properly. Now, it came to be, I forgot what it was at this point. I know we threw a lot of numbers around, but in either direction there, prior to this being laid out the way it is currently, it ended up being about 10 meters or 30 feet off in each direction. So 30 feet this way and 30 feet this way. So that's been corrected. How that got that way, I'm still not 100% sure, because based on not last week's VODs, but I mean previous VODs for Spline Design, since we started this build, there's definitely the VOD in there, and I shared that clip with Torch. I don't know if you had got a chance to see that, and it clearly shows whatever I had it set much closer to what it should be in the first place. So how it got that way, I don't know. But just moving forward from that, that's all been corrected, and this is where we're at. So you don't own a blimp. Yeah, so I see a lot of people that do take higher res images that have the licensing and proper licensing for drones, I guess, to be able to go higher than what the FTC will allow. Not FTC, but the FAA, as far as the aviation's ones. My brain's not entirely all here today, so you'll have to excuse, I guess, the fact I've been fighting a cold here. Just a sinus congestion here, so if I do tend to sound a little bit off, or tend to go off on a tangent there, all the more reason why this will probably end up being a pretty short stream. Like I said, we'll see how it goes. Just nothing's been going right pretty much all day, let alone the whole darn week. It's just fighting a lot of different things that are working against me, and it's not gonna lie, it's just gonna get me salty. So okay, so I'm trying to figure out where I left off. So yeah, we did get the model in here, so this has been adjusted as far as the coordinate of the grandstand objects here. I think I do have this grouped. Let me check this out. Nope, that's the LiDAR. Dang it. I'll go to my items list here. Yeah, Max is trying to crap itself here. Alright, so the grandstand. No, I don't have it grouped yet. So let's do this. So I got the towers, the suites, the main, and the club. Like so. We're going to group this together just to get an idea here. I don't think we'll need to move it. I did already individually. I grouped this prior to the start of stream to get it roughly into position based on the LiDAR and the ground plane. So you can see where that's at least anyway. You just got up from a power nap. I need a nap. I ain't gonna lie. I need a nap. This cold that I've got here has been kicking my rear end. So, yeah, let me group these up just to give you a sense of what's going on here. So we got multiple selected. Cool. Let's do group. I'll just call this main grand for now. Okay. Yeah, that'll work. So now we got that in our items list as such. Now, just to kind of show with that grouped up there, I can kind of give everybody an idea of where we're at here. So you can see how much we got this into position here. Very minor. This is before any adjustments been made. This is going all the way back to the original model, like I said, from the 2015 build. And based on the resizing of everything, as you can see, where it lands pretty well. So we can see the spiky bits here for the fence and the outside wall. It's putting that grandstand pretty much right where it needs to be. To include the club, you can see all the spiky bits, I guess, for the Speedway club here. The tower going on to that. And also other things around there that we've double checked here. We can see the tunnel here in the infield. The majority of all the buildings here in the infield of the garages and such are in order. You can see the scoring pylon. Still good to go. And just to kind of show else, let's go to the LiDAR itself. Did I name that? Yes, I did. Okay, so yeah, we can see here. Now I want to be careful. I want to maintain this this here because we do have the lowest point. We've already got this set. I can kind of show here on the bottom ground plane. The ground plane's at 0. So we've already got this set here, so I don't want to move this too much. I want to leave it right where it's at once we get it set. So yeah, you can kind of see how much we've got. The very lowest point, which would be the tunnels, for example, are poking through the 0 plane. Those we don't intend to. Those don't intend to be modeled into our track, you know, as far as sandbox goes. So that's not going to be as much of a concern to us as it is all the other pieces here, I guess, as far as that are above 0 plane. But that's the main focus, at least anyway. So a little bit of a summary, I guess, as far as what's going on here. We got a lot of adjustment that has been made that may not necessarily be apparent, but it's yeah, there's definitely quite a bit of adjustment there. Max is just chugging with this. I'm going to go ahead and hide the LiDAR at this point. Okay. We got this all grouped. This is another reason why going back a few streams, I guess, as far as why I was trying to just chunk out and polysegment just the areas that I want to work with as far as different models. So I don't have to have the entire LiDAR model in there. Now I do still have the autosave feature in Max here shut off, so I don't have to worry about it randomly trying to save the scene or whatever as I'm trying to work on something via the autosave anyway. So that I've definitely got that shut off. So I'm going to have to remind myself and discipline myself to make sure that I save this if I do make any major changes here. Okay. Alright, so this is just to give some more clarity. You can see our ground plane. You can see how that lands. Let's go top down. So we can see where things line up. Now these are shadows right here for the towers behind the suites of the main grandstand, but you can see how that lines up really nice. Again, just to get more clarity, that's the only reason why I turned off the LiDAR, just to kind of. Alright, so bring back that LiDAR. We need to make the appropriate adjustments that we need, the minor adjustments that we do need to make to the grandstand. That'll be the majority of the main focus here, for at least for now. All that we done last week was obviously scrapped, I guess, because of the new, all that remeasuring that we did have to do. So that's kind of unfortunate. That's not what I wanted to do. Okay, so I want to bring back the main grand and the LiDAR. Cool. Now I need to ungroup this again. I just grouped that up there just to kind of give everybody an idea of what was going on with it. Okay, so let's go ahead and re-ungroup this. Now we got all the individual pieces again. Okay, so there's that. Now, the approach that I took last time I had to adjust this was just to do each piece individually. More than likely won't need to adjust the seating. It's seeming like I may not need to adjust too much at all. If anything, so we got the seats that are kind of poking through here. You can see that model. Currently I've got the suites selected. Let's see here. Just taking a really closer look, you know, because we can see like these items here. As far as these towers go, how much that's off. So I'm not 100% sure. With that being said, if these towers are necessarily supposed to bleed into the roofing here, because the way these were previously done, as you can tell by the model itself, is they were set basically to be flush with the backside. So I'm going to take a closer look to the ground plane image that we've been using for it here. I'm gonna see if I can get a better look at this. Let's see. just gotta remember where I put the... where am I reading this one from? I forget. I think it's in here. There it is. One way I can check that too. You have to excuse my brain being cloudy. Alright, so... ground plane. So where have I got that pointed to? I did have to repoint a lot of this, so that's in. Okay, that is in. We do have this one here, but I am pointing it to this one here. Apparently. So is that the new one? That's the other question. I do not think it is. 12, 12, to 20. That's my cutout one, okay. I need to repoint that, I suppose. Let's go back. Hold on. That's something I did not redo here, so I think this is the image I want to go by right here. This is the one we have. That torch has been going by, I guess, as far as to get... that's currently what I don't have loaded in here, I don't believe. Let me double check this. Let's see here. Yeah, it does have the crosses in. Why is it going to... double check the material here. Yeah, this one's in the text OBJ folder, which would be this one here. So that would be the overhead. This one here. Let me open this real quick. So I did one with the cutouts there, and this is not the right one. Why is it pointing to that one? I gotta get that realigned here in the material editor, because that's not the image I want to be using. Okay. So it's pointing to this one right here. I need to change that. Yep. So let's go to this one up here. This would be the most current. That would be this one right here. Okay. So I want to get it pointed to the right one. So I did have to do that to all the other objects that are in the scene too, I guess, as far as they're pointed, so we're on the proper textures that we want to use for this there. Alright. That all being done. This is going to be tricky because I don't know... Oh, I know what I want to look at further too. Let's go back here again. Let's go to 26. I want to look at it this way. Take a closer look here. I don't know... I don't think these towers that I can tell from this angle actually cut in. It's hard to tell, really. So the top of the suites should be all this right here. You can see the air conditioning units there. That should be the suites here, and these towers do tend to suggest that they're resting behind the actual suites. These should be stairwells here. So, going back to the model here. Now, based on the layout that we got here, obviously we can see the LiDAR suggests whatever that the tower's cut into where the but let me go ahead and remove. We'll hide the suites here real quick. What are you doing? That's not what I... Oh, for crying out loud. Unbelievable. What the hell did I just do? Hit everything but the suites. Gosh darn it. That is not what I wanted to do. Let's undo. There we go. My brain is not 100% with me right now. Okay, so let's try this again. So we want to hide. Oh, that's why I did it on unselected. Gotcha. Hide selection. There we go. So what I want to look at here, we can see even by the LiDAR, these towers should be right up the back side of these suites here, so that's what I wanted to double check here. So what we can do is take these towers here and we can get these lined up, you know, where they need to be, and then adjust the suites in comparison to that. Okay, so we'll start off with these towers here. So we'll have to probably individualize these different towers here, I guess, to get that lined up properly. Yep. All right, so let's do that. Let's go into these towers. We're gonna set this up as a editable poly. All right, polygons. We're gonna segregate this out. Okay. Let's see what's... We want to be able to see the polys that we're selecting. Should be able to do... Yeah, we only got that. Whoop, I don't want that one though. Okay. Just got that all selected. Let's go ahead and attach that. Yeah, we'll just leave it at that for now. Okay, we'll reset the pivot. Center. Okay, now we can move that. Let's see here. I'm gonna realign this rotation here too. Effect pivot. And take out that rotation. That did not do what I expected it to do. Okay. Okay. Alright, so... I have a brain. Yeah, I got plenty of clouds on the brain, so don't mind me too much here, folks. I need to get this pivot so that it's... Let's try to center that. Why is the rotation... What am I missing here? I want to go to rotation. I got it all zeroed out. Why does this not... So what it's doing... Quite obviously, is the fact that it's going by... Okay, I know what I need to do. Let's do this. Let's do local. It's either local or view. No. I know it'll come to me here. So basically what it's doing right now is it's setting the pivot based on the world as far as it being zeroed out this direction, as far as like now in comparison to the object that we got here, obviously that's got rotation. But what I wanted to do, let's see if I can do it this way. See if this will work. So if we go, let's get out of that. Vertex snap. Oh, don't be doing that, you son of a gun anyway. This thing's freaking out. This is what it's been doing to me all dang day. I don't like it. What are you doing? Shoot, this thing's gonna crap the bed. I have no idea what it's doing. What are you doing? Holy mackerel, settle down. This is the kind of garbage I've been dealing with all day, as far as this computer's just acting up on me. Oh, it's still doing it. What the frick are you doing? What the heck are you doing? I don't know what... What are you doing? I don't understand this. This is not letting me do anything, so hold on a second. Max is just spazzing the hell out here. What in the heck? Why is it doing that? What is running here? Hold on. Jeez, oh Pete, what is going on? I gotta close this out. I don't know what it's doing, but this is the kind of crap that's been going on all day. I've done 2 restarts since the start of stream. Now the wheel doesn't want to work, and amongst other things, and it's not been a fun week. I'm not gonna lie. All right, so all that progress is gone. Not that I really had that much, but lordy, why is this open? Okay, so this one's open. For some reason I had 2 of these open. I don't need that. Okay. Back to square one. Yeah, this is just the type of crap I've been dealing with pretty much all day and all week. And it's really frustrating the hell out of me, I'm not gonna lie. Not even gonna try to sugarcoat it. So I didn't get a chance to save that scene. So I'll have to go back to the original one there. At least we got a really pretty good idea as far as what we want to do with the models. So I need to skip this song because it's annoying me. I meant to take that off the playlist there, actually. Too many things to do, not enough time. Alright, so here goes, and here we go again. Let's try this. We get back on track here. Okay. Open. Okay. And this one here. Give that a second to load up. This is going to put me back to square one here, which is not entirely big deal, but we got a game plan as far as what we need to do here, at least, anyway. So, alright, so let's go back to what we were doing here. I need to hide the sweets. Okay, go back into the towers model. Alright, so let's go in here. We're going to convert this to an edible poly. What I could probably do here too. Yeah, let's see. I'm going to affect the pivot on this overall thing before I detach anything. Let's do that. Let's do it again. So, what are you doing with that? I don't understand. It's being super buggy. I know that LiDAR's in here, but it shouldn't be doing that. Never had that problem in previous streams there, so I don't know why it's doing it now. But I know that a lot of it does have to do with that LiDAR being in the scene here. I get it, but it's like, damn, settle down. Alright, F2. Try that again. Oh, I know what I wanted to do before I did that. So with that pivot redone there, I want to adjust the X form on this here and see if that changes things here. That's what I want to do. Let's go here. Let's go to our hammer. Reset X form. Reset select. Okay, that looks good. Collapsed all. doing it? I think it is. Don't crash on me again. Come on. I don't know what's taking so long. It did this last time too, if I remember right. On these towers here, and that's not really that many polys in that. Okay. Alright. Hopefully that's good. Alright, let's try it here. Poly. Try to get something done here anyway. Let's see here. Should only have 2 polys in the front of this. Or is that only 1 poly? Shoot, hard to tell. I think that's only 1 poly in the front there. Okay, I think we're good there. So we got all the polys there, so let's go ahead and detach. Object. How did that do? We need effect pivot. Center. Nope, still left it that way. Alright, we're going to try and work with it that way there. It's not really a big deal. It's just going to see if I could get it snap, like say for example, I guess to invert there and adjust the rotation and such. We redid the X form, so that's good there. Yeah, alright. Yeah, we should be able to work with it this way. So all I'm going to try and do is get this lined up to the LiDAR. How in the heck? That's not what I selected. This is the bad thing about having that in the scene. That's keeps wanting to grab that LiDAR. Okay. Alright, we'll get it done. Just need a little bit of cooperation by it is all. Okay, I might have to... Yeah, looks like the rotation might be off on this too. Okay. Let's go top down. There we go. So you can kind of see it's kind of off kilter, and I'm going by the LiDAR at this point. Something like that. Okay, a little bit more in the rotation. Okay, that's a little bit closer to where it should be. Now I didn't adjust the height of it at all. I just the X, Y, and then this the rotate. This one's actually not. Let me see here. Yeah, so we'll have to do this one here too. Okay, so go back into here. Already ended up with poly. Go polygon. I'm gonna switch this over to my paint selection here. I think this will be easier. Oh crap. Let's get out of the rotation here. Let's go into that one. Cool. This will work better. We'll use the paint selection instead of the drag select. Okay, so we'll detach that. That's fine. Pivot. Centered object. Oh. Okay, now we'll adjust that one down. Yes, I think that's the other fair mentioning it. We come to the conclusion it's probably better to go more by the LiDAR information, because that's not going to change. That's not going to deform itself. You know, with the sizing and scaling it in to match up to what the ground plane. The ground plane is going to have more anomalies and skewing to it than the LiDAR would, right? So that's what we come to conclusion. Once we get that set to as close as we feel where it's correct. This is part of the things that I was mentioning as far as like how much these things are off. So if this block here represents what's on the ground plane. I don't even remember. Did I move that? Let me check this. Let me hide this here for a second. Yeah, so we can see Torture put these in here based on the cutouts that he did here in the ground plane. You can see how much this block here would need to get adjusted based on the resize. This building here, for some reason, based on the image, this was the old orientation of the building they had here. This is the current orientation, I suppose. Yeah, so this is one of the buildings in Turn 4 area that haven't changed. So, yeah, so I have not moved since the readjustment, I guess, to the ground plane and the LiDAR. I haven't moved these items that Torture. I did bring them back in here though, just for reference. But you can see how much we had to adjust it to get it proper. You know, that's that 10 meters in either direction. So between this way and that way, that's how much it shifted these. So these objects, like I said, I have not put those in their appropriate location. Yeah. I don't know if I guess I could do these really quick here too. What the heck? In fact, what I'll do is I'll keep this one cloned. So we just got these as building markers. I'm gonna make a clone of this. Yeah, let's do that. Do an edit clone. And I'll make this one building markers new. So these are just some of the things I have not adjusted to the scene that we've reacquired here, since the resize of the ground plane and the LiDAR anyway. So I made a copy, a clone of that, and I want to hide this one. Keep that original. And then from here, what we can do is just get these individual markers in position. Probably be better to do this top down. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so that's an editable poly. Polygons, select all those polys. And I can detach this, but I don't really need to with all those polys. These are simple shapes, so that shouldn't be too much. As long as I got all the polys selected, I can just move it this way without needing to attach it. But I could also detach it too. That wouldn't be too big of an issue there. Okay, so there's that one. This one I'm going to leave right where it's at. But these other ones I'll go ahead and adjust. Let's get that all selected. Go top down. So this here represents a shadow. So I'm only lining it up with the building itself. Okay. Then we got this deal. Top down. Whoa, easy. Got a little too carried away there with the paint selection tool. This was a part of the reason why I think you put these in here originally, Torch, was because of that cutout. Basically what he did, probably to put these down here, was based on the LiDAR. So I'm going to compare these with the location in the LiDAR once I get these into position based on the ground plane. Those should line up pretty well, but I can line those up, I guess, based on the LiDAR. So I get to that since that's cut out there in the ground plane image. Okay, top down. Yeah, so once we get them in, majority of these in the location, I guess, as far as based on the ground plane, we'll check the LiDAR out and see where they're at. There. OCD was getting better than me there. So now let's bring in the LiDAR. Let's bring that back in. Now what we can do is we can look at how these other buildings here. Now you can see this is how Torchwood originally did it, and still you can see how much that's off. They're still based on the LiDAR and the ground plane, and that's probably still a little bit of a fudge factor in the ground image itself. So this is why Torch put these in there, I guess, as far as to compare that, I guess, as far as what's on the ground plane and the LiDAR. The LiDAR is not going to, you know, it's not going to distort, I guess, as far as lack of better. As long as you're doing it uniformly in either direction as far as the X and Y, it's not going to distort like the ground plane image would. The size of those may be slightly off. Yes, that's what I'm just was just pointing out here. So those are going to be off because of the resizing. And that's probably evidence of that right there. Because the LiDAR did have to get rescaled at this point. So we'll probably have to go ahead and rescale these individual bits here because of that rescaling of the LiDAR. And then compare that to what we have on the ground plane. It should be in close proximity. It shouldn't be that far off, at least anyway. Okay, so yeah, we're still in that object here. We'll select these. Let's go like this. Yeah, because this is only going to justify it to us as far as how close our LiDAR is to, you know, make sure that we're copacetic there. Just as far as so far, based on what I just moved, that based on the ground plane, that's not too far off. That's pretty reasonable. Okay, let's go ahead and slip. Oh, dang it! I sweat me doing that. I get a little carried away with that. Okay, let's line this up with this LiDAR. They aren't too far off, honestly. If you really wanted to get picky, we could probably rescale these because obviously there's still some yeah, LiDAR showing here. Okay, let's do this. Dang it! And watch how I'm selecting these polys. Whoops, what is it doing? Yeah, these aren't too far off that way. These might be, yeah, as far as the height of that, that might be something on the roof there or something like that. That's not necessarily if it was more uniform, I guess, as far as that height across the entire, yeah, that would be more the height of the building itself, but it's not. So it's probably like some air conditioning units or something on the roof. Likely. Okay, let's do a rescale this way. That's not bad. So I'm not sure what's in this area, but that's definitely not part of the building. It's got some little spiky bits there. You can still clearly somewhat discern, I guess, as far as where the building, the structures are. Pretty well. Okay. Alright, we could probably rescale this one. Oh, easy, easy. I want that one. Don't want that one, so let's rescale this one. Something like that. It's better. Deal with that. Let's put this one over here. Yeah, let's scale that one up too. Yeah, so the fact that I'm having to scale it like I have, pretty consistently in both directions, based on how we had to resize and rescale up the LiDAR based on the new measurements, this makes sense. And these are just placeholders. This is just giving us something so that when we do turn the LiDAR off, we'll have an idea as far as just how things are oriented. So it's kind of like a cutaway of the LiDAR by applying these little building blocks here, so they become useful, I guess, in that regard. Okay, so good there, good there. What about this one here? Oh, that's on scale. Let's go this way. That'll work. Yeah, so the critical ones was getting these in there because that's a cutaway in the ground plane. Okay, so we got this one here. Man, this one's a lot smaller in comparison to. Yikes! Okay. Building. Let's scale that up. Yeah, that's what I didn't want to do. Nope, that's not what I do. Let's do this. Should be able to select all the vertices on this. That back to 0. That'll work. Not gonna worry about that one. Okay, so now we got the majority of those. What about this? Oh, I missed this one over here. Let's get this one here too. Whoops. Okay, that should be pretty close. Yeah, we got a majority of those in a position now. Now, we have the ability at this point to be able to turn off. Let's go right through the items list here. And on hide. Or just hide, my bad. Now we can compare this to the ground plane. See, and this is exactly what we were dealing with here. So we put this based on the LiDAR. This is what we noticed. This is given that clarification as far as how much these are off. Now this is our lineup with the LiDAR as we did there. So this is where it comes complicated. Now these are lining up fine. This is what is coming back to my memories first. There was more distortion or skewing as far as this corner and this corner, in comparison to like objects that are created for the track, for the inside wall and things. The central location, I guess, as far as here, seems to be spot on though. So that's what we've come to that conclusion. So this is just further solidifying what we've already discussed off stream. Torch and I guess as far as to come to this conclusion, it's like this is the compromise. I guess that's the best way I can put it as far as to say this is lined up with the LiDAR, this is what we want to go by. But it's in that general vicinity. It's just got that little bit of skewing there in the image. But it's in the ballpark. So you have to look, you get to the point where, considering the fact that you do have the distortion and the skewing in the image, that compromises to, you know, are the majority of the items in you know, as far as these buildings that we're trying to line up here, are they lining up? And everything else, like the tunnels, I already showed. So the fact that we're getting, I know the I don't have the infield walls into this one here, but that's what we noticed. Yeah, with the previous model of the DAE that we had in here, that was showing to be the case on this end as well as this end. Seems to be where the most distortion is, as far as the skewing in the ground plane. So ground plane image. So all right. So now that we got that on position there, that's what we have to go by to make sure that we're on the right track. No pun intended. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so I figured just to get some things lined up. I didn't get to that point, and I felt that was kind of useful to be able to see how close we are. So if we go back and forth between the LiDAR and just the flat image of the ground plane, we can see how close we are. Do that. Cool. So it just gives us some more clarity, at least anyway, as far as where our models are going to fall. Okay. Just getting back to our towers. So far I've only detached these two, put those into position. Okay, where else are we here? This one. This almost seems the height is different too, right there. Okay, where's this tower at? Here, let me highlight this poly. I don't even see it. So the tower is actually right here. Yikes, okay. Interesting, okay. So, are these narrow? Wait a minute. I wonder if these bits here must be shorter than the, yeah, so what I'm noticing here is these... Alright, hold on. So these bits here, as far as a part of the towers here, are actually taller than these here, based on what the LiDAR's suggesting here. So you can see the height of these here are shorter than that. This is data that we did, this is information we didn't have when it was originally built back in 15. So now we can better use that information just to get these the proper height. Yeah, so these here tend to be shorter. These bigger. I think these here, if I remember right, I think these are elevator shafts and these are stairwells. So whether or not you want to take the stairs or take the elevator. Yeah, I think that's what it is. Okay, so we'll have to detach this and get those into the proper position anyway, as well as the proper height. Now the other thing is too, we've got a lot of information down below where the LiDAR is. So this was all originally based on ground plane, which is, this is 0. So we'll probably have to adjust that as well, based on our LiDAR. Now, keeping in mind, it begs the question, should there be a model created for this hill that's here, or do we just use the geometry to do that? Because otherwise, if we move this up, what's going to happen when we bring it into the track is that's going to be floating. That's going to be all hollow underneath it, because we're basing everything on the track as far as 0 ground plane, right? So yeah, there would have to, that's what I'm pondering right now. There would have to be a model created, I guess, to create that this hill that's underneath the main grandstand here. So either buy in the form of a model, or to actually add some height X sections there, I guess, to accommodate that. Just pondering it, seeing what would be the best approach to do that. How is it on this end? With that said, would it be worth it to create, yeah, because over here we got some height differences. So what I'm looking at as far as like how much of the model we actually have below the actual LiDAR information, which 100% suggests that there should be a model created to accommodate the underside of that, as far as what that grandstand rests on. Okay. Problem is how do we do that? So before I start adjusting any of these towers, this is why I'm pondering this. Before I start adjusting how much is actually sticking below here on 0 plane, 0 ground plane here, I want to ensure that I have some game plan as far as like what to do with the height data that's here for that grandstand. There's definitely no way we can use this information directly from the LiDAR. That's going to be impossible. That's going to be way too much polys and information into that, but my initial thought here is just to create like a spline model based on some of these points where we can clearly see the height data, and translate that into some type of model for this grandstand to rest on. So let's see. Yeah, part of it, yeah, and that's what I was thinking. Part of it with X section, some of the model, but I'm also thinking we could probably just do it all entirely as a model, because it can get really tricky when you try to apply it in the form of an X section and how it affects the actual racing surface. That's the one thing I'm also keeping in mind. I don't, you know, even though you've got it behind the wall and it's only going to affect it from, in theory at least anyway, from behind the wall outwards, it can still sometimes really play havoc, I guess, as far as the integrity of the height data that's on the track. So if we can not touch that as much as possible and do it more as a model, this is not going to be interactable outside here. That's the other thing I think of too. It's not like we're going to be driving on this, so there's really no sense to have an X section out there. That's the other thing I think of too. So before I go any further with this, I'm going to hide that. I've got these two pieces here. I forgot I just segmented those. Let's do hide that. I'm gonna take a little closer look at what can be done with a model to rest this grandstand on. So let's hide all this for now. Alright, so we don't need that data there for the seats. That's all included in that main grand part there. So we're good there. What I want to focus on is just around, you know, so all this data here, you can see all that height data. I want to create a model all the way around here so you can kind of see the height data. Now, I'm not worried too much about getting all this in here, but just to have the level that it's at, it seems to be consistently on to rest that on. So just making a platform in the form of a model all the way on the underside of this grandstand to accommodate this height data that we've got here, because it seems to flow all the way through to this end here in much the same fashion. Okay, so alright, play this stuff. Let's go back into that. Cool. Alright. Looks like I gotta refresh this. Gotta smooth some things out here going on with the stream dashboard here. Just give me a second. Okay. Alright, that's all connected. Awesome. Okay. Stream dashboard is being really grainy, so I had to refresh that there real quick. That's above and beyond the streaming software. So yeah, I think that's what I'm going to focus on here, in an effort, I guess, to have something for that grandstand, I mean grandstand, to rest on. Because we do have all that. I want to closely more depict this here. So the way I'm going to do this, let me try it top down. See how what kind of. Okay. Now, see, I can still see all that data here, so I can easily put a spline. Let's see where I would start this. So probably like from here, go to here, go all the way around, and I can put another spline to accommodate that loft. I guess that's in here, so that shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, I think I can do this. Let's zoom this out. The trick is to doing these spline models. You want to have, this is going to be a pretty big one, so I'm gonna. It should be relatively low poly too. We can just make it as one piece. I don't think this should be too terrible, so we're going to try this out and see what happens here, at least anyway. Let's do a little bit of experimenting. Okay, so we want to go here. Go to here, and then we want line. So we create a spline here. And we're going to start, and we can always adjust these too. We don't have to get it. And this is going to be all on the 0, so I'm not going to be able to see it. So it is making a line here. It's not be able to see it because it's below the actual cloud LiDAR anyway. So okay, let's do this. So it is creating vertices, I guess, in the form of a spline underneath this here on the ground plane. We just can't see it. So once I hide the LiDAR information, we will be able to see it. Okay, so we'll go with this. Yeah. Oh shoot, I can't see where I ended this. Crap, that's where it gets tricky there, I guess. Let's see what that did anyway, I'm just curious. So let's do May not have saved it at all. Let's hide that. Yeah, it did create it. Cool. So I figured I was going to be off here, which I was. I'll be able to adjust this. Let's see, it did create us a spline of where we potentially want to create that model. It's a little wonky, but that's okay. Let's go into line. I can create another one based on this conform. Yeah, I can do that too. I can also use the ground plane, I guess, as a guide too. So I'm going to create another one without the LiDAR and kind of use both this one I just created. Man, I really cut through here, didn't I? Holy crap. But yeah, we'll contour, I guess, a little bit better based on the ground plane that we got here too. Alright, so let's start. We're going to make a new line. Let's kind of piggyback this one a little bit. There we go. Yeah, I'll clean this up a little bit. So I kind of really cut into there. More than I thought I did. Yeah, so and yes. Now, this other shape that I got in here, I'm going to get rid of that. This first initial lines, that one's junk. Let's get rid of that. So now there's our basic shape for that. Let's get out of that. But I should be able to do... Whoops, that's not what I wanted. Get out of that. Get. Go away. Hello? There we go. Alright, so now that we got this basic shape, what I'll do now, let's go here. Oh, brain fart again. I know what I can do. One thing I can do is, what that's selected there, I should be able to... I gotta select it first, you dummy. There we go. Go over here, and then... There we go. Now I can convert it to an editable poly if I want to. There we go. That's one way to do it. That's not the only way, but that's at least one way. So once you get the spline done, now we got this general shape here. Now from here we can kind of shape it into how we want, in the form of like Boolean cuts or what have you. So we can create another set of vertices here to be able to raise it. And the only reason why it's clipping at the moment here is it's fighting on the 0 plane. That's all set to 0, so that's why it's clipping. Okay. Kick a fan on, but which one stunk? What are you talking about? What stunk? Okay, so from here, what I want to do... let's see. There's a couple of different things we can do here. So, one thing I guess I think of here is I can clone this. Oh, brain fart. Yeah. Yeah, not wrong. Not wrong. How we doing there? True Man of War and Lady Death even coming on there. Good afternoon. Good evening. Whatever you happen to be. I guess it's kind of afternoon still, I guess. Yeah. About dinner time, I think, for some, for most. Hope we're doing well. Yeah, so I think what I'll do on this one here, I'm going to clone this. Let's affect the pivot. Now they got it filled as a poly. Wait a minute. Effect pivot center. There we go. Then what I want to do is clone it. It's a copy. And then we'll lift this up. And then we'll be able to fill this in. Oh yeah, we'll have all kinds of options to do it this way. Let me turn off, hide this here. Let's get some of this stuff out of the way. And we'll also hide the ground plane just for now. Alright, so now from here, I'm going to make these a different color just so I can get some contrast to it. Yeah, let's do that. Yep, same here, Torch. 220, man. That's just, man, you're just waking up over there. How'd their lady death? 4 hours different. Okay, so let's add some color. Yeah, this'll work. Just like that, just to get some contrast here. So now I can tell the difference between the two parts. And then what I'll do, now that we have this as an editable poly, I'm going to go to all these edges. All the way around here. Whoop. You know, Torch, you know, and I guess I've failed to kind of wonder, with all everything that has been redone, how is the progress on the laying out the new geometry of the track with all the adjustments that had to be made? Hopefully that's coming along well. Okay. I got all those edges selected. Now what I can do with all those edges selected, I'm going to shift drag this down, make some new polys. And then I'm going to snap those, snap all these to our first initial shape here. You were up a long time yesterday, so I slept a long time. Yeah, that's understandable. Just about getting there, have the template made. So you got the template made. Nice. That's only, how many templates have you made there so far? I know we've had a few of them. Just kind of adding, I guess, to that. So I'm going to snap all these. This will give us an initial shape here, and we'll be able to conform this much further, I guess, as far as based on the LiDAR. To get to that point. But this is going to be our basic shape. And this is going to be that height data, I guess, as far as, and I'll bring the LiDAR back once I get this set, just to kind of show. 100 to 200, yeah, that's probably not too far from the truth. Okay, let's go around the front here then. So what I'm taking into consideration as I do this is going to be a model that'll actually be in the track. Alright, so that'll accommodate that height data that we have for the base of this yeah, so instead of just having the supports, I mean, you could easily do that. We could just say the heck with it and not in fact, I don't even know, do I got the track open? No, I don't. Let's go ahead and let's load the track up here. And this is all undone. It's not been edited as of yet. So with this one here that we did last week with adding the front stretch grandstand, yeah, we'll load this one up here, and just to get an idea of what I mean, so we could easily just exaggerate the height of the towers and, you know, the supports for the grandstand itself as far as the seating, and just take it all the way to 0 plane and just not fill in that void. But I'm just playing around with the ideas, being able to add that height data for the base of that stand, at least anyway. See what happens here. Okay. My mouse, there's my mouse. Speaking of mouse, I did not get this going here. Hold on a second. Let's get this going. There we go. I think I turned that off. Yep, I did. There we go. I've got to turn that bad boy on there. Okay. So we got our track open. This is untouched, like I said, as far as not being adjusted since last week. And the way we've got this depicted in here is there's the stands basically just go all the way to, you know, ground 0. Granted, this is still off here. We're fixing all those issues. But the way we've got this, see how this tends to float here. So we want to fill this all in. That's kind of the idea here. We want to be able to fill all this in with that data as far as all that height data, and not have it float. No, these are going right to, I think they even go, yeah, so this is just going right to 0. So we're kind of exaggerating the height of this because all that hilly area as far as in the LiDAR is not in here. So we want to be able to fill this in with all that hilly, you know, what the grandstands rest on, which is, I'll bring that LiDAR back in here in a second just to kind of show it. So this is what we're trying to do. Create a low poly version, I guess, of that for starters. Alright, so there's that. Let's bring back the LiDAR. Just this one right here. Now, what we can do... Hello? Why is it not moving? Don't tell me you're freezing up on me again. Dang it. What is going on here? Let's get out of that. Oh, there we go. I think it was maybe because I was still in vert snap. I'm not sure. Anyway, now I got it moving again. So what I've done, you can kind of get an idea of here. We can create this model, and we can cut into this and make more cuts into it, I guess, to accommodate. What I really want to do is be able to create a higher platform, I guess, for this grandstand to rest on, using all this height data that we have here. So I'll be able to adjust this low poly model that I got so far to this height data that's in the LiDAR based on that. Okay, so I just kind of I lifted that up just to, you know, that particular amount, but I want to get, let's see, I don't want to do this. Let's see here. Yeah, so what I can do is take this vert, bring this up. Yeah, kind of meet up with this here. So you can use the bottom side of this here to kind of get an idea of where we need to be. Oh, I didn't attach those. Crap. Alright, hold on. I snapped them, but I didn't weld them together. So let's do that. This model, we need to weld all those verts. Let's rehide this just for a second. Just to ensure that those verts are going to stay together, we need to take all these verts. I'm just going to do it this way. I'm going to select all these verts. Let's do a drag select on that. Let's go like this. And with that being enable poly, that should give me the option to hold that together. There we go. Marvelous. Okay. So we still got the same color from that original piece there. I haven't collapsed it together or anything like that, so that'll remain there, which is not a big deal. Okay, now let's go ahead and bring back the LiDAR. Okay, now we can adjust this here without them vertices detaching themselves. So let's go with this. You dirty rat, you. It's still doing it. Why do those not detach? Hold on. Did something wrong. Alright, I see how you're gonna be. I see how you're gonna be. Oh, I know what I did. So I will have to collapse these together, that's why. So when I selected the green part of it, I only welded that part of it, so I don't have these two. I'm just gonna collapse these together. Yeah, let's do that. So take these, collapse them. Collapse selected. There we go. Now it's gonna put all in one piece. Yeah, that was dummy. Yeah, there's my cloudiness in my brain still acting up there. Yep, that's all that is. Alright, so now with that collapsed, I want to make sure I recenter this just to make sure it's nice and center. So go to here, effect pivot, center, and also redo the X form. This is something I've totally gotten into the habit of doing as far as like when you're creating models. Doesn't hurt to reset that X form and repivot it, reset the pivot. Collapse stall. Definitely doesn't hurt to do that. I don't know why that hesitates so much as far as on these simple models like that. It's got to be because that cloud point data is in there. I'm not sure. Because I did that on the towers too earlier. Come on. Alright. Goofy thing anyway. Alright. George giving himself a drink. Yeah, I could use one too. I could use a stiff one myself. Okay, so now with that all like that, now we should be able to bring, with all that collapsed, and reset the X form, all that good stuff. It's on hide, LiDAR. Cool. And now we should be able to adjust these vertices to the LiDAR. Edible mesh was changed. Let's convert this to an edible poly. There we go. Now, when we select this, should move. There we go. Is it? It still's not doing it. You son of a gun, anyway. You dirty rat. Okay. I see how you're gonna be. Now that I got it in one model, I should be able to weld the verts, and that should work. They're definitely not welded, that's for sure. Alright, so go into this. I'll end up renaming this once I get it to a somewhat more compliant conform, I guess. For now, I'm just going to leave it at that. This is kind of just proof of concept right now as far as whether or not this will work or not. I'm hoping it does. So I think it'd be pretty cool. So let's go ahead and select all those. That as an editable poly. Weld those together. Now we should be good to go. Alright, let's check it this way before we bring the LiDAR back in. Oh, why is that unbelievable? Why are those not welding? Alright, let's try it just on the bottom verts. That is weird. Not sure why it's being stubborn like that. Let's go side on view here. Like that. Get these doggone things welded. Okay, so that's all the bottom verts. It's definitely all in one models. It's not two individual pieces anymore. Edible poly. Let's go down to here to weld. Okay. See how that does. Why are those not welding? I don't get it. Being super stubborn. I don't understand why those aren't welding. You're gonna make me do these one at a time? That's a goofy thing anyway. Weld it. Thank you. I don't understand why that ain't welding. That's odd. I'm telling you, nothing's going right. Yeah, with that, and then we'll probably. There's no reason why that shouldn't be welding. What the heck is going on here? Yeah, that should be fine. Why are you not welding, you son of a gun, anyway? Snap's fine. That doesn't make any sense. I don't know why it's not welding. Anyway. Yes, I want to be able to adjust these individual verts, I guess, to the LiDAR. I don't understand why they're not welding together. It's weird. Especially after converting it to a poly. I'm missing something. What the heck am I missing here? It's probably staring me right in the face and I just can't see it. Is it just all this cloud in my brain? Let's see here. What the heck am I missing? Here, let me bump this up. Shouldn't have to, but I'm gonna go ahead and bump this up. Yeah. There it goes. I guess I just had to bump that up, I guess. That seems to have welded it. Interesting. I may have adjusted that in some other procedure, I'm not sure. Nope, that's still not welded. What the heck's the deal? This one was welded though, wasn't it? That one's welded. Okay, so maybe I just didn't have that one selected. Let's try it this way. So let's go like this. Weld it. There we go. Yes, I just didn't have it selected. So, okay, let's try this again. Okay, so we need to get all these bottom verts. Let's go this way. Yeah. I already welded those there, but that's fine. I should still go ahead and weld it again. Just make sure we got all these bottom verts. Cool. Alright, and now it's welded. So all I had to do is I had to bump that parameter up there. It was just too low. I just put it up to a 0.2. I can screw that. Now that should be welded. That's still not welded. Why are you being like this? Am I gonna have to do these one at a time? That is super weird. Why is it? Oh, come on now. This is frustrating. Why are you not? That one's welded. Okay, cool. Try this again. Weld. I don't understand why that won't weld. So this one welded, obviously. Yep. That one's good to go. What about this one? Nope. So it's... okay. Interesting. That one's welded. Why are these not all welding? I don't understand that. Seems to be hit or miss. That one's not welded. I don't get it. That's not how that's supposed to work. So that one won't weld for some reason. What the heck, man? That's not welded. Son of a gun. Why are you doing this to me? Not in the mood. There's no reason why the verts shouldn't attach. That they shouldn't weld, though. That's what's ticking me off. It's an edible poly. There's no reason why that shouldn't. And I can't really attach now because I got it all as one piece. So now the way I can do it is detach it and then reattach it. But even then, that's not going to guarantee that it's going to be 100% welded on those verts. So let's do this. That just doesn't make any sense why that won't weld. It only seems to be like certain vertices are wanting to weld. That's not normal. Not normal. Okay, so let's do this. Well, besides the fact that this is flipped, that shouldn't matter. The other thing I could do is just remove this. I don't need this anymore. That was just my ground, because that's, yeah, as far as trying to create this as a model, to use as our base for our grandstand, we don't really need it, so we can probably just delete it. I think that's what I'll do. Yep. Takes care of that problem. Cool. Yeah, you don't need it. So that was just the initial conform I did there. The only thing I really needed it for was to create this height. So, yeah, we're good to go on that. So that eliminates that problem. Cool. So let's just check this here. Yeah, see, now all I only got is that to deal with. Cool. Alright. There's usually always more than one way to skin a cat. So that was just that way. Unhide by name, and we want to... and besides that, I don't recommend to skin a cat. That's not good for the cat. It's not. It's just not. It's not good. All right, now we should be able to adjust this to here. There we go. That's more like it. Took us a little bit to get to this point, but kind of just experimenting a little bit here to see if we can create a base for our grandstand. Okay. Now, like I said, we'll be able to create additional cuts in the form of boolean or however we want to do it. We can actually just do a poly cut to get more vertices in here to be able to conform it. If you want to create more of a organic look to it, I just wanted to get a general shape for this too. But the other thing that I want to be able to do is create a nice solid platform, solid even platform, I guess, for that grandstand to lay on, to rest on. Let's adjust this down. Shoot. Okay. Oh, we're way too high. Okay. Okay, so we might have to bring these down a little bit for now. So what I need to do is get this down to that LiDAR level. Like so. Okay, so this will be just the start of the shape anyway, so it's not going to be set in stone here yet. But so you get the idea as far as what I'm trying to do here anyway, hopefully. Hopefully. Yeah, so I'm thinking in terms of just going by probably the height of these. Let me see, how far is that? Nope, I guess more right there, yeah. I'm not sure what these are here. I'm guessing they're concessions that are behind the grandstands. Probably, yeah. There's no need to add that much detail, I guess, to our track build, but yeah, I think those are concessions behind the grandstands there. Right? No, you're not wrong. But this is just the only thing I'm doing right here is just to kind of proof of concept as far as how this is going to work and whether it'll turn into something that we can actually use as far as a base for our grandstand model. Now that we have this LiDAR information, I want to be able to use as much of that as we can. So it's part of my thinking of that anyway. Alright, let's skip that one. That one's too noisy. It gets on my nerves. I'm sure it probably does yours as well. Alright, so let's continue with this. Now we already got all the height data for the seats, so we don't need all that included. But we're going to probably have to do another cut into this here so we can adjust that area. So we don't want that green to show. So there'll be some adjustment to this model, but I'm just going to go all the way around here. Okay. Get ourselves an idea of the shape of this thing. This would be much the same thing that we've shown as far as how to create a low poly template of the actual track surface, for example. This is really no different. Same idea, just using a grandstand instead of the actual track surface anyway. Oop. Okay. Yeah, so I'm trying to still figure out what I want to do with all this that's hanging below that LiDAR there. I don't know if I'm going to end up just snapping that vert, I guess, to that. I don't know. I'll have to see how that works out. You can clone the grandstands and make a Boolean color. Maybe, but that's not really what I'm going for here. I'm only trying to just do the height data. So what I'm going to probably end up doing, because it's going to be something that's the grandstand's going to rest on, right? So we're going to have to go back and forth between the actual main grand seating area and conform this so that it's level and all that good stuff. Once we get, that's going to take a little bit of massaging that to get it that way, but yeah, using that, I don't know if that would be, that's not what I think of, I guess, as far as that's going to be a different conform of the this model here in comparison to the grandstands anyway. Yeah, we're definitely going to have to put an additional cut in here so we can adjust this. I'll fine tune that. Got way too big there. Okay. No problem though. So go there. Yeah, we're gonna have to put some more cuts in here to get this down a little more. Okay. And create a more organic look to it too. Yeah, so that it's got the somewhat of a slopiness to it, so it's not so boxy and square looking. Okay, so we got a general shape here. Let's go ahead and hide the LiDAR. Hide that back. Oh, you mean, yeah, I got it. Okay, I got you. Yeah, as far as to create cutter shape. I'm not even sure if I'll have to do that. We'll have to see. Okay. Yeah, so some of these longer areas here, I'm gonna have to. I'll do some poly cuts here, just to kind of give some more refinement as far as how much adjustment we have, how much room we have for adjustment there. Yeah, that'll work. So let's do this. We got this still as an editable poly. We're gonna go. Yeah, so we're gonna go under our cutting tool here, like so. Now, just to make sure that we're going to be on that edge, I'll put this on edge snaps. I'll take the vertexes off. And probably want to put a couple cuts here. I want to put one there and one here. Let's go from here to there. And we'll put another one. Say from here to here. So we're just breaking this down a little bit further is all. Now what I notice here too is I don't have... Yeah, so the way I did this, obviously, if you remember when I did the original spline, I didn't line them up 100%, so it wasn't like, how do I want to put it, as far as symmetric, I guess, from one line to the other, as far as I went around this. So even at this point here, I can still create those isometrics there. Alright, let's go ahead and put the vert snaps on. So we're going to run one from here. Let's zoom in. All the way up to here. Cool. Good deal. And I'll also go from here. Down to that. Cool. Create enough cuts in here so we have enough to adjust here. But not so much where it's going to create a bunch of polys onto it. It's still going to be a relatively low poly. And I can also do it on this side too. Wait a minute. Hold on. Why is it these? Yeah, there we go. Oh, wasn't snapping the edge there. What the heck? Being a turd. I have to go beyond that a little bit. I'm not really too concerned, I guess, if they end up being straight. I just want to have it like a full-on, you know, little chunk, I guess, of this whole thing here, so we can be able to adjust that a little bit more precisely. Dirty rat. Most cases you'll usually turn green, so it's being kind of a turd. Come on. There we go. Yeah. I'm not really, like I said, I'm not really too concerned if they're straight. I mean, I can always straighten them up if I want to, but that's not the biggest concern right now. Alright, so let's go from here. Over here. And then we can get the other side later. Let's get all these here so they cut all the way through. And then we'll cut additionally where we need them. Holy crap. Okay, I think we're good. Okay. Let's see, do we want to go to here? Or do we want to go straight across? Decisions. Let's just go this way. Yeah, I think that'll work. Okay, let's take this one straight across. Maybe? There we go. Okay. This is part of the reason why I've got both the vert snaps and the edge snaps on here, so I can get it. Normally, what would happen here is if you put this turns green, it should allow you to. Come on, there you go. Goofy thing, anyway. Okay. So that one's already good there. That's good there. Cut one here. Yeah, see, I could have probably easily just moved this over here. I could probably still just snap that right to this one if I wanted to. In fact, I probably will do that. Talk myself into it. Let's get out of that. Let's go into just vert snaps. Grab this vert, snap it over here. There we go. Let's put the edge snaps back on. Cut to, there we go. Cool. Let's see, this one here. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna move these 2 points over to this one. Yeah. Let's see, that's what we got in the back here. Yep, that's what I want to do. So what I'll do is I'll snap these two and line it up with this here. So let's get out of that. So it's just vert snap. Bring that over here. Turn that vert snap off. I'm just going to slide this over this way. There we go. This one here, I think I'll keep. I'll cut that one here. Oh, whoops. Hold on. Forgot to turn this back on. It's like, what the heck? You're going to get that different response, and that's another reason why it's better to turn on the edge and vert snaps and have those two selected when you're doing these cuts. So otherwise you get that happening like we just did there. Okay, so that's good, good. Let's get this here. There we go. And we'll do this one from here to here. There. That's going to give us a little bit more precision. Now I do want to make some additional cuts here. I'll probably put another cut there, another cut here, just to give us some more flexibility in this. Okay. Oh, we got... There's the big jackpot. I knew eventually you get it. Yeah, so we got a couple cuts, more cuts here to do. Let's put that back on. GG's on that. Cool. Yeah, so we're going to put at least a couple of cuts here. Give us that more flexibility there. So let's put one here. Here to here. Huh, it's being stubborn. Cut it, you dummy. Ah, you're being stubborn. Okay, I'll try to get it from the other side. Sometimes that's all it takes. Let's take it from the other side here. So you can see that vert right there. Let's do one here. Here. There. I'll show you. Let's do it from this side. One here. Yeah, this is going to give us a lot more flexibility. And let's do one right here. This was all originally based on just a spline. It's all originally constructed based on a spline. Filled it in as a poly, and there we go. So that, let's check and see how much more flexibility we got in this thing. To the LiDAR. Let's turn this off. May need to put another one here. Possibly. Alright, let's bring the LiDAR back. Let's see how we did here. Alright, so what kind of adjustments we got? So the other thing I could do is do some more cuts going laterally this way, so we can create another slope, you know, kind of like a more organic slope. That's another option. I don't think we're too far off here though. I need to figure out what to do with all this hanging down here too though. We don't want all that business down there. So let's bring that up to here. Okay, that's there. Okay. Oops. Now you get a little bit more sense of what's going on there with the additional cuts there. Uh-oh. We had two verts here. Let's go ahead. This sometimes will happen when you're cutting, because if you don't line it up 100%, as far as even with the vert and edge snaps on, you'll end up with a couple of different verts there. So that's kind of what I ran into right here, which shouldn't be a big deal. Now, hopefully it doesn't give me as much of a hassle as the welding has been done. So let's do that. There we go. So that time it welded. So that's our first one so far. That'll sometimes happen when you do the cut. You don't 100% get them lined up. And, yeah. Not a big deal, though. So we got a lot more fine-tuning here we can do to this level here. So when I'm lining it up here, we've got this beige or tan colored one. I'm seeing how much it's clipping into the green here. So that's what I'm going by, I guess, as far as the height of this. And I also want to bring all this up. because we don't need all that business well below 0. Don't bring all that up. Yeah, so we got all this hanging down here. Don't want that. Probably actually use another cut right there. Right up in there. Maybe not. That would be pretty good right there. It's not turning out too bad. Proof of concept is coming to fruition here. I'm almost thinking on this front side here, though, I'm going to have to snap that down because the majority of that height data we don't really need. Well, hopefully that gives a little bit more clarity of what I'm trying to accomplish here as far as to create that. Probably move these all out here. Here, let me put this back on paint selection. Select all these verts. Whoops. Pull these out a little bit. Okay, let's see. Select that one there. Yeah, see, it's almost comes up to next to nothing right there. But kind of also the other thing that I'm thinking of is the ground plane is going to be at 0, so I might want to keep a majority of this on the bottom here. I'll set to 0, and then just control what's happening up above that. That might become a thing. So if I bring the ground plane back, it'll probably make more sense. Let's do that. Ground plane. So where we got the ground plane at, if I set all these vertices here basically to 0, like so, those will be at 0, so that'll just kind of fill that in automatically based on what we've got in our sandbox. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking here. So if I set this model that I'm trying to create here for this grandstand, I'll just fill in all that void as far as what's at 0. So let me remove here. First of all, let me do this first. So I'm going to set this vertex to 0. Yeah, so we don't have, the ground plane doesn't come out this far, but that's all set to 0. Okay, so if I take the LiDAR out, let's hide that for a second. So what it'll do essentially, because we don't have this LiDAR information in the track, so we're trying to implement some of it into our track in Sandbox. So hide that. So now what we'll have is this will be set to 0. Now granted, it's still not very organic yet, but I think I can put some more cuts into it to kind of give it more of a slope to it. But then if we bring in our grandstand, Let's bring that back in here really quick. So let's do main. That'll rest right on top of that. Yeah, so I'm not all completely adjusted yet, but you kind of hopefully get the idea. So I'll bring all these lower ones on this one here, just bring them to 0 and only adjust what's on the top, so that'll automatically fill that in from 0 and bring it up to where it needs to be as far as in our sandbox. Okay, so let's set these all to 0. Like so. Yeah, so instead of bringing that up to the LiDAR level, we'll have this here to use. Yeah, so we'll probably also introduce the idea that I'm going to have to make this level, because that's the whole idea as far as making this platform, this base here, based on it's going to be level. That's not going to be on level as far as what the grandstands would actually sit on in reality. Okay, so I might put a cut here, and this is where Torch, you were making the suggestion here, if I made a boolean cutter, I guess, out of the grandstand, that I'd be able to cut that to be able to make a, but I can also probably still do that. Much the same, I can put a cut here, so bring that in a little bit. And one here, so that's not too bad. Okay. Let's do that. Let's hide that. So we're going to put another cut here. And a cut here. Now, I know I've been doing just the poly cut. Now, the fact that if I want to go straight through this, there's also what's considered to be the swift loop. So I can try a swift loop. So instead of having to go all the way around that thing with the cutters, that's one way to do it. But because we want to cut all the way through it, we can do a swift loop. I do think I've got this set up on, I think I got it on Shift S if I remember right. Yes, so I got a swift loop, so that'll automatically create the cut all the way through it instead of doing it that way. So that's just, like I said, that's one way to do it. But if you got it set up on a swift loop, just do it like this and it'll cut it all the way through. And I can also do it this way if I wanted to. Not going to do it that way just yet. I just want to focus on just the one way for now. So we'll just go ahead and do that. So that's another nifty little tool with the, if you got that set up on your hotkeys. We got a video on that too. I guess it's on the Spline Design site as far as how to set up that key for the swift loop. It's pretty easy to do. So I'll leave it at your leisure, I guess, to be able to check that out there. But that's just a quicker way, I guess, to be able to cut through that like that. All right, now let's bring our stands back. This one here. Now we can adjust this a little bit more precisely. Yeah. Like so. Probably put another cut in there too. Yeah, this definitely, it does make sense as far as what you were suggesting there, Torch, I guess, as far as to put, use the main grandstand as a boolean cutter. Because see, you're going to get these little anomalies here, as far as not to be 100% conform to the shape of that. So yeah, that's probably not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. That could definitely be tried. I'm going to continue it this way just for now. Just to see what we got going on here. But yeah, that's definitely not looking like a terrible idea. Okay. Yep. The more I do this, try to adjust this here, it does tend to make sense to maybe do that. Maybe. Now, I don't know if we would do a Boolean cut or anything like that, but it would definitely... Yeah, we might have to go investigate that a little bit further. Oh, almost suddenly got the one there. Get both firsts there. Come on. There you go. Okay. Yeah, the more I do this, yeah, it would probably make more sense to maybe do that. Instead of putting a ton of cuts in here. Because, yeah, the shape of that grandstand's obviously are going to have what we need, I guess, as far as to get it underneath the, yeah. I guess what I was trying to accomplish there in the first place was just to kind of keep it relatively low poly. I didn't want to add a bunch of polys to it. But I think by using this grandstand object for that, I don't think it'll probably do that too badly. So we've already got this information in here, I guess, for that. Let me go ahead. Second here. Let me continue what I was doing here is bring all these verts here to 0. Uh-oh. Stream kind of burped there a little bit. Just happened to look over there. Okay, so let's bring all these to 0. Yep, that's good. 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 These are already to 0, looks like. Cool. Alright. I think we got a pretty good concept here of what we want to do with this this piece here. Let me bring that LiDAR back just quick here. Yeah, so yeah, that's the other thing I want to do is probably create maybe even a Swift loop through this to see if I can add a slope to that, so it's not looking so straight line, if you will. Kind of give it more of an organic look to it. Yeah, in fact, let me try that here real quick. Let's hide this again. So let's go into here. I'm gonna hide this here too real quick so I can see what's going on with this piece. I'm gonna do a Swift loop all the way through this to add another line going all the way through that, so I have something to be able to slope that off. Alright, so if we go Shift S is what I got. Let's see, how is it gonna do this? Okay, so it's only going that far. That's fine. So put one there. Oop. Let's come over here. That's weird. Wonder why I won't put one here. So it'll go there. Skipping over these parts here, so I might have to do just a poly cut through that. That's no big deal. So we'll do this. Yeah, we'll do that. Well, I'll do a poly cut from there to there. That's okay. So we'll do it from here to here. And that went all the way to the end. Sweet. Good deal. Alright, so now let's do a poly cut just in between these other areas that it missed here. No problem. So let's go this. Put this back on vert and edge snaps. Cut. There. Man, is that playlist over with already? That time's... Oh, crap. Time is flying. Okay. Moving right along here. So, yeah, we just got a couple of cuts we need to put in here like this. Oh, shoot, I missed it there. Crap. That might have been part of the Swift loop there, too. Yep, so I got a couple verts there, so I'll be able to snap that. Let's go just a vert snap. Go like that. Did they snap? I don't think they did. Now they are. Oh, crap. Ooh. They didn't screw that up. Let's weld that. There we go. Okay, let's make sure that's one piece. Perfect. Alright. Yeah, the welds have been kind of wonky, I guess, today. So you had to double check that. So then we got that. And now we got this one here. We'll be able to slope that off now. So let's bring the grandstands back so we can use this line as far as to get it behind where the grandstands land. Then we can slope that. In theory, at least, anyway. So on hide, main grand. Okay. Let's go top down. There we go. This is definitely where it's going to come into play, where it would behoove us to use the main grand as a means to make the shape better. Okay. Well, crap. So all this work that I've done on this piece here, it's brought me to the conclusion. Probably would have been better just to... And I guess part of the reason why I didn't do that in the first place was because it has this platform here. But we do have the general shape that we need on the bottom side of this main grandstand as far as the seated area. So... just trying to think of how I can use that. Okay. I got an idea. Let's try this. I don't know if it'll work, but we're going to try it. So if we go into this, I'm going to hide the ground plane. I'm going to create... This might be tricky, but I'm going to try this to see if I can create basically polys on this bottom edge of the grandstand, so I can use that as a template to make our elevated piece there for what this will rest on. I think that'll work. I think it will, but I don't know. Let's see. Let's try this. So we got this. Let's get this to an edible poly. Go to edge. Shift this up. It might work. Let me see here. Let's do this. So what I'll be able to do is once I create this bottom, I'll be able to detach that from what I create here on this grand, and then it'll give us a template for the shape of that. Yeah, I know what I mean in my head. It's just hard to explain it, so I just have to do it. Alright, so let's do this. We'll do on a vert snap. Where are you trying to snap? Right there. Now, the only downside to that is it doesn't have... What the heck? Okay, it's not going to work like I thought it would. Alright, let me try this again. Yeah, see, where it becomes an issue is the fact that it's got that platform in there. And that platform, what I mean is this part right here. So it's not one solid piece there. Dang, I'm just thinking of how I could do that. To use that shape, but get rid of that. Part of me wants to just clone this piece. Alright, let's try it a different way. Try it a different way. We're going to clone this. Oops. Got another idea. Kind of all over the place right now. Let's do this. I'm going to hide that one because I don't want to touch that one. That's we want to keep that. So hide that. We're going to work with this piece. Alright. Now, if I take out what I don't need, as far as all on this top side, that's not going to work either. Crap. So that's going to remove... Ayakanaba. Alright, let's try this. If I go like this... Let's try this. I just need to get rid of that platform, because that platform is kind of throwing off how I get to acquire the shape as a cookie cutter, I guess, as far as for the... I don't need that. Okay, so let's take all this out. And this is why I made a clone of it, so I don't want to touch the original. Still want to maintain that one. And I can probably just snap these to that. Yeah, I think that'll work that way. At least in theory, in my head it does. Yeah, so I guess that's kind of what I'm trying to do here now at this point there, Torch, is to bring that top edge down just by getting rid of all this. Let's see here. Yeah. Just get rid of all this. Oh, got that little section right here. And make sure I get all this platform out of here. And then what I'll end up doing is taking, once I get this out of here, I'll be able to snap this lower section to that upper section. That should get this to still maintain the shape that we need, so I can make just a flat plane or flat poly out of that. It'll make sense once I get to that point. Okay, so there's that. Yeah, so basically what I'm trying to do is get it to the same construct as this right here. So it's just got the one slope on it. So I think this should allow me to do that. Again, just in theory. Alright, so like this. Let's put our vert snaps on. I don't care about how it screws up the mapping or anything to it. That's not my concern. I just want this shape. I'm only going to use this just to get this to acquire the shape. Come on. Yeah, so that's still going to maintain that shape, if that makes sense there. Now I could probably even go so far as to take these out and just stretch that all the way to the end and just make it, you know, one complete piece. That's what I'm trying to eliminate, some of these cuts that are in the original model. I may or may not do that. Let's see how this works out first. May or may not work. Worth a try, though. Oops, I missed this one here. Whoa, what the heck? Threw me way over there. Got a little drag happy there. Come on. Got a lot of vertices right here. Okay. There we go. So the other thing I can do, even with all this being done, I can flatten this out, because really all I need is just this shape that's representative of the bottom here, but it's also got, yes, I don't really need this angle. What I need is how far this comes out, right? So I can even make this more of a flat shape than a slope. I guess it doesn't really matter, but so I guess the only reason why I say that is I could easily take those polys out, straighten this out to one level. Man. I'm kind of bouncing all over the place. I apologize for that, but there's so many different ways you could go about this. I'm just trying to think of the quickest way. Without having to just create an entirely another box that's in compliance, I guess, with this. I don't know if that would be easier just to make a new box and just make these segments. I could almost do that, now I think of it. So, in other words, what I could do, instead of going through all that, if I'm going to go through all that mess, let's just go like this. Create individual boxes here. Snap all those individual boxes into the shape. Yeah, because there's really no way to directly use, unless, nope, it wouldn't, because we got this cut here, and that's that platform that's really screwing us up there. That's what's really taking away from it. So another thing that I thought of is I can take up all these polys and just bring this all the way down to that end, just to eliminate that altogether. So we don't need this cut. So I want to get it basically the same as this, right? So there's a couple different ways we can do this. We could probably detach this part out, use that, I guess, to be able to conform this, the rest of this, to that, following that shape, or we can just make new boxes to follow the contour of the shape. So that's at least a couple of different ways. Yeah, there's definitely more than one way to be able to approach this. But because it's not this, now if we had these grandstands where it was just like this, the way this end here is, all the way through, we wouldn't have to mess with all that. You know, we could just take that, bring this all to one level, or even just copy all these polys on the top edge, and that's our shape. We don't have that. That's not the way, that's not what's presented here. So, let me think here. Let me try it this way real quick. So I'm going to take all these polys. I know I'm bouncing all over the place, but there's so many different ways that you could go about this. So what I'll do is I'll take all these polys out, and I'm going to create new polys based on that shape, I think. And if anything, I could... yeah, I don't know if that's going to work either, because I'm going to lose where this lands, but I'll still have where these here rest, but I won't necessarily still have that shape. Crap. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work either. How do they think of it? Yeah, that's gonna take me right back to what I was initially saying as far as take these out, eliminate that split, and then just extend this poly out to that end. Dang it. Yeah, let's try that. Let's try it that way. So basically it's just coming down to just simplifying this model so we can maintain that shape. And then potentially use that as a means to create our platform that we want this to rest on, using that height data for that. Alright, so let's take all these out. Like so. Now what we can do is we can take this edge of all these polys and snap it to that here. Okay. Let's see, what else do we got in here that we don't need? We got some junk in here we don't need it as well. Let's get all these out of here. These must be all down. Second. Oh, goodness. Oh, I hate when you do this. Get a little too wonky there. Okay. I think I got it all out of there. Looks like it. Come on. There we go. I think there's another little piece right here. Just another little dinky piece right there. Cool. Okay, now what I can do is take these verts off of this part and snap that down to here. There we go. So we're not worried about maintaining that. We just want this this bottom edge shape. So between out here and down here, as well as the extreme out here. That's what we want. I think this will help us. Oh crap! Where'd that bird go? Crap! Let's undo that. Lost this vert. Come on! You dirty rotten thing! Give me that. Let me see if I can weld that. Select all those and do a weld. There we go. weld work that time, that's for sure. I'll do the same here. There we go, now that weld's working. I don't know why it was being so stubborn earlier, but it's good to know that it's working now. I am not concerned, like I said, at all as far as how it's affecting the texture of it. I just want the shape. That's all I want. Just in case anybody was wondering. Oh, so I don't need to weld these parts. Okay, cool. Even better. Ah, dang it, why does it keep doing that? Keeps throwing me way over there. Yep, this one needs to be welded. There's only some parts that need to be welded. Yep, that one does too. Oh, okay. Forgot that was it, where that little part was there. Yep, that's that little sliver there. Cool. Oh, that one needs to be welded. Oh, weld that. Becomes very apparent which parts need to be welded and which don't. You only get like partial to poly, I guess, as far as it comes along when you try to move it. Okay. Yep, same here. Oh crap. There we go. So now we got that shape. Perfect. Now, let me think here. I think what I want to do. Do this. I want to try and I want to get these all welded at least here. Let's turn this off for a second. I guess it doesn't really matter. I can weld all this. Yeah, I think that'll work. So let's weld all this together. I want to make sure these don't move. Separate from each other. Now, as far as we know, as far as the way the weld is not wanted to cooperate, that was really going back, I guess, to that original spline that I created there. It's kind of being stubborn in that fashion, but see what happens here though. So if we go weld, okay, did that keep those together? Looks like it did so far. So what I wanted to do from here is Let's see, let's snap this. That. Weld that. Okay. So what I was gonna do here now is kind of create one level for this. I don't need the slope per se. I just need that. Let's bring the LiDAR back here first to kind of see the LiDAR in that shape. Possibly just to see where we're at there. I think we're going in the right direction with this though. Okay. Now, let's bring back this piece. Now, how do we want to do this here? Now that we got to this point, we got part of me wants to take these stands out to this point where we got that there. That's what part of me wants to do. So in other words, let's do this. Let's hide the LiDAR. Okay, and we want to bring this model and grab them this way. I want to pull these out to here. Because we already got that shape, right? As far as but it's going to be a matter of bringing it out uniformly so that we just don't wreck that shape. I think as long as we've got this one out in front here, I think that's going to be the most critical. Yeah, so I think this will probably work. Yeah, so I'm going to go with this for now. Grab a few of these verts here and pull this out. Like so. Yeah. Yeah, I think the more critical piece is going to be on the front. I want that to be more in conformity, I guess, as far as... That's going to be much more noticeable than one in the back, but it's going to create... With this shape here, it'll create some, an organic look, I guess, to the height plane. Because this will go... I'll get this dropped down to this... Where I got this one here. And then to be able to scab on what we need as far as what we got in this model. So we will, at this point, we'll just end up using this as a guide to where the LiDAR is as far as in comparison to making this new model based on the grandstand piece. Okay, so let's grab these, pull these out. Okay, let's go top down. Yeah, this will give us a better perspective. Okay. So this will roughly get us in the ballpark, I guess, as far as like that. So we're not using that 100% as our model anymore. We're going to use this piece here. We're just going to... Oh crap! These are not welded. Where's my weld? Dang it. There it is. There we go. Dang it, these are all not welded. Yeah, so that model that we created there is not entirely useless. It is giving us a means, because we kind of already lined that up to, very roughly, I guess, to the LiDAR. So we're just taking this grandstand piece, fabricating it to conform to that. But we're also going to have that shape that we already need for that grandstand to rest on. It's going to have that same shape that we need, especially on the front side. And like I said, right now I'm not concerned with how the texture is getting screwed up there, because once we get this model reconformed here, we're going to have to re-UV map it anyway to whatever texture we want to apply to it. So that's not going to be a big problem. It's not going to have this texture on it, I guess, in other words, once we're done with it. What do we got going on here? Oh, okay. Interesting. So this one had the heck? Okay. Let's go back top down. Yeah, that'll work. So let's add another piece here. I don't know, I might end up redoing that. Okay, so I don't want to mess with that. We want to maintain that shape as much as possible there. So I think that's in it. That's pretty decent. Cool. Alright. Now what we can do is we can get this model down to the level of let's see here. Let's affect pivot, center that, and get it moved down to, yeah, this is the reason why I want to kind of level that out there. And much the same thing, so I have a flat surface there, so I think that's probably what I'll do next. We don't want that angle onto our piece there. So let's make this the same height as all the way across here at this one here. So that Z, we're going to copy that. And we're going to make it the same. I'm going to try it this way. I'm going to see if I can go like this. Paste that into here. That didn't do what I thought. Huh. That did not do what I expected it to do. Alright, hold on. Got a poly in here we don't need. Take that one out. Let's try that again. So vertex, we want it this height. Did I copy the wrong one? Maybe I did. It's very possible. So let's go with that. There we go. So that's what we want to do. So I'm going to copy this, paste that all the way into all these. Yeah, that's more like it. So let's do that to here. Okay, we gotta weld up. I'll be able to clean up a lot of these polys here, I think, too, in our shape. As we get this together here. It's just one step at a time, I suppose. So let's weld these all together. Oh, I see. That's sticking out there. I got it. So it is at the right height. It's just bulged out a little bit. We'll fix that later. Okay, let's continue to paste that height on these back verts here. Okay. Yes, we want it to be a level surface here, but then I'll be able to adjust to the height data that we got in there once we got. So we need to get this to all one level first. Oh, I missed that one there. There we go. I can really see how much angularity there was into that. Just by how much I have to drop this down. I'm just making it to one level here. Like that. Okay, now we got it all in one level. Awesome. Now, what we want to do... Yeah, so all of these on the bottom here will be set to 0. So let's do that next. Let's do that part next. Let's get all these bottom verts here. And set those all to 0. Oh, whoops. There we go. Whoop. No. Okay, now we got all those bottom verts. Should be able to set those all to 0. Oh. Ah, I missed some. Dang it. Okay, no problem. We'll go back and clean this up. That's not 0. What the heck? Why did that not 0 out? Goofy thing anyway. Huh. Guess we'll have to do some cleanup here. Not sure why I did that. No problem though. We'll get through here and clean up. Now we got some separation in that. That's kind of weird. Why I did that. Okay, what do we got here? That looks good there, cool. Alright, let's check on the other end here, make sure we got those all set to 0. Oh, I think I just moved that. Not really sure why I did that, to be honest. Alright, let's hide this for a second. Get back to it here. Huh. I don't know why I didn't put these at 0. That's weird. Anyway. I should have definitely put those at 0. So that's going to be representative of where our ground plane is. That's where our track is being built up from as far as 0. So that's where our ground plane's at. So that's kind of why I'm setting it to that point. Just making sure all these are 0. Okay, I think we're pretty good there now. Now, if I bring the ground plane back real quick, you can kind of see how that's all set to 0. Now, from here, we can further adjust the height of it as we need to. I can probably add in a backside here. I don't even know. I might just leave that out because we're not really going to see that much, you know. So we already got a lot of the backside of the grandstands anyway, and this, you know, removed. But you're not really going to see that. What you will see is this new platform, I guess, that'll rest on. All right. So with that said, let's bring back our grandstand. Let's bring back this piece. There we go. We need to adjust it to our LiDAR first. I guess that's the other thing. Alright, so go into Dish 1. And I'm going to bring back in also this one. And let's line that up with that piece there. Alright. I can do that like so. Alright, let's hide this here for a second. Back into this one. There, now you can get a better idea as far as what we can line this up to. So we already got that conformity, because this is based on the main grandstand, that's what that'll rest on. But we've also conformed it to where we initially laid this out. So we'll be able to tweak on this model. Yeah. Cool. Alright, so I'm trying to think how I want to do this. I need some more of this to show. It's probably going to be better for me to leave it like this, and I can bring all this down. That'll probably be the best approach. That way I'm not digging for it out of this tan or beige or yellow model, however it looks to you. So I can just bring these verts down to meet up with that. Yeah, I'll be able to clean all this up later on. There we go. Cool. I think this will work. I can dig it. So once we get this all into conformity here, we'll be able to bring in our stands back in and see how that looks on there. Obviously, it's still going to have the texture for the grandstands on it, but we'll change that to like a concrete or grass or whatever. Let's see, now we can use that piece there that we've got somewhat compliance to the LiDAR. We can just line it up this way. And we've already got that conformity of the grandstand. That's best of both worlds right there. So it took a little bit, I guess, to get to there. And like I said, this is just one way to do it. Another way it could be done was to just recreate those boxes, those simple boxes, in conformity to these different sections that are on the main grandstand. Yeah, you could have done it that way. Definitely more than one way to go about it. No right or wrong way, but I think this one works pretty well. Pretty well indeed. Yeah, and it gives us a lot of flexibility points here as far as control points, and be able to conform this at the same time. And we already know, here's another good solid fact is here, we know this grandstand piece that we've based it on has already been compliance to you know, making it into a 3DO, if you will. We can create that because it's already in the track, you know. So as far as it being relatively low poly, or the not an overabundance of polys, that's already in that compliance. So all the more reason it wasn't a bad idea, I guess, to consider that, I guess, as far as to make this platform piece for it. It's already in that shape. Yeah, and just like I said, it also doesn't create that unusefulness of the original model that we created there, as far as based on that spline model. It definitely gave us a means to be able to conform it to the LiDAR somewhat, and be able to get to this point. So definitely prove useful as opposed to useless. Got a lot of what's going on with that part there. It's got a big hump right there for some reason. Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah, I think that'll work. Cool. Good deal. So that's going to be that. So let's go ahead and hide this one. Not gonna get rid of it just yet. And then now we'll bring in our grandstand. Now, keeping in mind it still has that texture, I guess, for the grandstand. It won't have that as it's all said and done. Let's do main. Ooh. So that'll rest right on top of that. Now we'll be able to scab in that piece there based on what we laid out there, so that's another thing we'll do. But yeah, so you can see how that rests on top of that. We may need to adjust that down, you know, but it kind of gives you an idea of how that'll lay on top of that. And it's already in that conformity. That was the other added benefit there. So picture it as like with a concrete texture onto that. Yeah, pretty cool. Let's scab on some business, I guess, on the end of this here, so we can actually get that, you know, that heel that's up on the side here. So let's hide this, conform this a little bit more. So let's bring back that piece here. And yeah, just scab onto that. I'm half tempted here. I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take out... whoops. Let's hide this. I'm going to take all these polys on the end of this. We'll be able to reapply those. There's a lot of slivers in here and stuff like that. We don't really need it this way, so take them right out. We'll be able to apply a new poly on that once we scab onto the where we want that end of it to be. Don't need that. Cool. Just kind of clean that up a little bit. Now, what I'm going to do is take these edges like that, and then do shift drag that out. Okay. Now that we got it drug out, let's bring back this piece. Now we can kind of conform it to where that lands. Like so. Oh, you dirty rat. I'm gonna weld those. Okay, let's do a top down so we can get a better means of putting this in the right spot. Like so. Oh, that didn't come with it. Crap. We need to get... Alright, we can clean that up. That's not big enough. This didn't come with it when I drug that over. Shoot. Alright, let's get this out of here. Let's hide that for a second. So that did not come with it, doesn't look like. Okay. No problem. Alright, so we need this. It's going to be a little bit of X and Y. So let's do Y. Copy. Paste that out. And it's also going to be a little bit of X here too. So X. Should be. I guess these didn't zero out either. You can see how that's kind of all sticking through there. That shouldn't be like that though. Huh. I should not be doing that. Okay. So we have to get these all to zero here. Zero that out. Guess I didn't get this in. You can fix that. Yeah, I think the other end's pretty good. I think I got all those. I just didn't get them on this end, I guess. Okay, so that's all zeroed out. What the heck? Alright. Not really sure why I did that, but we're gonna fix it. We'll fix it. And this gives more confirmation of what I was saying as far as how we want to get these bottom vertices at zero. We don't want those poking through there. There's no sense in having that all below what we can actually see in our track. That's a no bueno. Whoops. Now I did move, now that I think of this, okay, I know why it's because I did have to move that down to bring it to, yeah, okay, so this makes sense. I guess I understand why these are. I did have them at 0, but I had to move the model down to get it to where our original, yeah, that makes sense, okay. I guess I see that. I did have to move this down in order to get it the height of our other model that we were initially going to use, but decided not to at this point, and just use this as our. Yep, so I'm just gonna zero all these out. So I gotta get there should be, yeah, we got this one here too. There we go. We'll probably have to scab onto this end here too. We're just gonna focus on this end here first. Yep, I already took that one out. Cool. Alright, those are at 0. Dang it. Alright. Now let's bring that back. So this model, eventually I'm just going to get rid of it. I'm just using it as a guide. Okay. So far, so good. Now what I want to do, I think here is just kind of slope this. Oh my goodness, stop. What the heck are you doing? Good grief. Mouse is being wonky. Let's get it back upright. That's another. It's a good thing we've got these other objects in here to kind of make sure we got our orientation right. We don't want to be working upside down. All right. I don't want to do this. I know. That's what I just want to create a poly coming off this edge. Just this edge. So I'll do a shift drag that out. Okay. And then we'll snap this vert to that, and we'll be able to adjust that other one. That's just kind of floating out there. Let's put that one to there. Turn that off. Hello, vertex. Now we'll get the Y, which will bring that in. Okay. And we should be able to just zero that out. There we go. Cool. Now we got that poly there. Now what I'll do is take these two. Let's make sure this is welded. Just gonna scoop this out like so. Give it a little bit of a slope. Okay, that's good for starters. That'll definitely get tweaked down, I guess, a little bit here, but we've got to add on to here a little bit. So let's go to this end, grab all these verts. And I'm just going to pull this right out like so. Yeah, that should work. Now, do I want that to be... No, we're not going to go by that. We're going to maintain as much of the shape or grandstands here as possible. In fact, with that done, with what I just adjusted there, I want to unhide. That's where the club lands, so I'm going to bring the club back in. Okay. Okay. Alright. Just to give me an idea on how I... Nope. No, no. hide and bring back these seats. Okay. Yeah, we're still good there. Marvelous. Yeah, so if we take this out just for more clarity here, hide that, so this is how that'll sit. Just like that. That's actually not too bad. Some of this here got off here. I'm not sure why. So we might have to adjust this here a little bit on our... Some of that got messed up there. I guess that was just in the process of... The rest of it looks pretty good though. You can see where that new platform lands. Let's see here. Yeah, we might have a little bit of adjustment here, but I don't think it's too bad. Let's try this here. So if we move this in like so. Yeah, that'll be fine. Marvelous. I think once we get the proper texture onto it, it'll definitely look even better. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, wait a minute. I did that wrong. Let me back those up. Just a second here. That is the slope. Okay, hold on. We need to, okay, never mind, I did this. So I need to bring these actually up like this. Okay, that's just a height issue then, okay. Gotcha. Okay, so what's that Z at? That is at 10.38. Now, what I could possibly do, let me try this here. If I go into the stands model, go to that vertex, copy this here. Yeah, in theory that should work. Let's go back into here and then paste that value into here. That should butt that right up to it. Sweet. So that's the level we want to have that at. That's the bottom verts of the stand. Just to get that to the proper level. Okay. So let's hide the stands and set all these top verts, I guess, to that level. At least on this edge. Okay, so let's do that. Do paste. It might be a little bit different because where do the stands actually end? Let me see. Just a second here. Because we only want to do the ones that where the stands actually. Okay, that's what I thought. So this one does need to come down. Still got that copied. Shoot. There's a couple of verts in there. You know, if you would figure by now, with as much welding as I've done, they should be all welded together, but I guess they're not. Okay, that's too low there. That is clearly too low. Alright. So I don't know if possibly... Okay, let me check this. They're not all the same height here on the stands model. They are not. Okay. Fair. But I can always copy this value from here so that we can get that to flush up to that. And translate that into here. There we go. So we'll probably have to do these one at a time here, it looks like. Alright, so let's go vertex here. Grab that, copy this Z. And transfer that to here. There we go. Get this thing conformed yet. And we're doing this all without really changing the integrity of the the grandstand model itself. We're only needing to now whether or not that will still require, that's still yet to be seen. I've got it lined up, I feel, much like that. So we'll probably, if nothing else, on the at least on the back side, as far as readjusting those towers and all that, we're still going to have to do that. So, but at least this gives us some, yeah, some platform, I guess, to be able to put this thing on, at least anyway. Yeah, so these are just gaps in here. I just got to get filled in. So we need this for... And it makes it much easier because, as we know, the shape we use, that that grandstand, the seats, you know, we use that model, I guess, to make this piece here. We don't have to worry about it not lining up, I guess, as far as it being conformity of that. That was the biggest plus side, I guess, of doing it this way. Okay, so we got this. That. Alright, that part there I don't even really need to do, but it gives me somewhat of an idea of what direction we need to go with it anyway. So we can leave all these polys, you know, on the back side here. We don't need those. Not really going to see that as far as from the track surface, but again, it still gives you somewhat of a... And we can probably even further, you know, cut into this to make it more organic looking, so it's more of a, like a hill. But at least we got that partial of a height data, I guess, applied to it. So do we have the same deal? Yes, we got the same deal going on over here. So I'm not going to spend too much time. Actually, is that height there, or is that sticking out too far? Almost seems like that's just flat out sticking out. If we look at it from this way. Wait a minute. Is that sticking out too far? What the heck? Okay, so that's the platform. Yeah, it is. You can see it right there. So we need to suck that in a little bit. That's not just height there, I don't think. Or is it? It's hard to tell. It's kind of deceiving there a little bit. Alright, so let's go into the stands model. I think it might be just height on this part here, just like we've been doing on the other end. Just want to double check here. So copy this. Bring that to here. Yeah, I think that's probably all it is. Yep, that's just height there too. So it makes it look like it's sticking out there, but it's actually just height. So we just need to get it flushed up to the bottom of that. That's all that is. So it's the same thing on the other end. Cool. I think at this point here, what I'll do, just to get some more, just to get rid of this texture that's applied to this model that we're trying to create here, I'm going to apply a different color to it. Let's do, okay, yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Okay, just gotta adjust some things here. Now, so what I want to do, go to Material Editor, and I want to put something that we're not using here. Let's see, we got this one is green. Yeah, this one's empty. We can use this one here. So let's apply this as gray. Boom, there we go. So that'll give us some contrast here. So picture, if you will, if this was concrete and or grass or something like that, that's where that stand will now rest on. Now, barring in mind, we still got some adjustments to do here, but I'm not going to spend too much time here. At least I got an idea of what I would have to adjust. We still got the towers and all that stuff to adjust, as well as probably the backside where the suites land and all that stuff. But that gives us a pretty good idea of how that thing's going to sit on here. I think that turned out pretty cool. Now, with that said, we'll have the wall basically coming up right along the edge of that. Yeah, so we can kind of see where the wall is right there. It's kind of that dark shaded line there. That's the wall. So yeah, it's still sitting behind that, so we're good. Just catching on. I missed a couple of. Is that Pass It? Is I'm saying that name right? Use this program in Cool Egg. What do you mean in Cool Egg? I know that's a. Is that another modeling program? Currently, what we're using right now is 3ds Max. So that's just to get some clarity, I guess, as far as what we got going on here. Welcome on in. Appreciate you dropping in. So yeah, I think we're in good shape here. Now what we want to do with that, we got this roughly set here. I'm going to bring back in the suites and the towers, and we can adjust what we need to, I guess, based on the LiDAR. So I think this platform is in pretty good shape here. I might want to slope this one here too. Let's bring the LiDAR back. Let's unhide the LiDAR. Yeah, so we can probably slope this. Might need a scab onto this one too, because it kind of comes out way out here on a slope. I'll probably take. Yeah, let's make a new poly on this end here, because we got some slivers in here that we don't really need. Just kind of clean that up a little bit. You know, something I haven't done, quite a while here. I'm gonna go ahead and save the scene. Just to save our progress here. I think this is pretty good progress, actually. File, save as. Yeah, I'll save it right over that one. Yes. Give that a second to save. Yeah, definitely for anybody that's new coming into the channel, if we do have some audio commands in the chat. !audio will give you a list of those different audio commands. Just kind of get my attention there. I know the favorite amongst most that are in here is the moo, ! moo. But there's plenty of other ones too. Alright, so that's saved. What was I going to do? Yeah, I'm going to clean up these polys on this end. I got a lot of slivers into it. So what I'll do is I'll just kind of clean this up a little bit. Let's take these out. And we'll make a new poly based on this edge. Okay. And we'll shift drag that out. And we'll snap that vert to there. Okay, put the vert snaps on and snap that right to there. And then we at least need the Y.
Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! What for?
Yeah, what for? Alright, so let's copy this Y. Y ask Y. So we want to copy this Y here and apply it to this one. Okay, so now we got it out there. Now we need... Wait, that's not right. Hold on. Try that again. Copy. Might have to adjust the Z. That might be what's throwing it off. Yep, that's set the right one. So we just got to bring the Z down to 0. That is not what I expected to happen. That's not a bad thing though, because we want to bring this out anyway. Why did it do that though? Interesting. That's what I was wanting to do. Anyway, I need to... Oh, I need to weld these. Dang it. Undo. Thank you very much. Okay, let's weld those. Weld those together. Come on. Pull that out there. Yep, just kind of create some more of an organic look to that, I guess. More of a slope. We'll be able to tweak on that, I guess, a little bit, but kind of give an idea. Cool. Let's bring the LiDAR back. That would be that one right there. Cool. Alright, let's see here. Bring that down. Ah. These verts that aren't welded. It's driving me nuts. It's driving me crazy. No. There we go. Yeah, so we could probably put like another cut in here to get that smoothed out a little bit more to make it less organic. I'm going to leave that at 0. I'm not going to apply that to that, so I'm going to be at the ground plane. So if it tends to go below that, that's fine. As far as like when we make this metal to put in our track, it's going to create that. So yeah, we could really go nuts if we wanted to and add all this detail that we got there. I don't think that's necessary. I think just to focus on the structures that we're actually putting in the track and trying to make those in compliance too. That's all we're going to worry about. So that's a pretty good start there. I'm happy with that. Okay. You could probably adjust some of these down. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, we did end up putting majority of those all at the same level. So we don't want to probably adjust those too much. Even though the stands are kind of landing well behind that. Or ahead of that, or which way you want to look at it. So I think we're pretty good there. We've got a majority of this height data included in here as far as where the green is here, and that's what we wanted to do. That was the whole idea as far as applying this to that, instead of just hyperextending the stands, which we totally could have done, and just not included that model. This will add just a little bit more accuracy to the track to have the hill that goes on the opposing ends of the grandstands. Alright, so how much are we cutting? Yeah, we might have to put a cut into here and kind of suck that in a little bit. We're behind the wall well enough, but we've got some billboards here. That's a billboard right here. So we'll probably want to cut into this and suck that in a little bit so it's not cutting into that billboard. I'm going to try doing a swift loop for that, just like I did earlier. Okay, we'll hide this. Go into this model. And let's see if we can apply a swift loop to this. Like so. No, no, no. This, come on. Not that way. This way. There we go. Well, I only put it on the top side. Crap. Alright. So it didn't necessarily cut all the way through. That sucks. No problem. Let's get out of that. We'll just cut it this way. Wait a minute. How did I get a sliver? Uh-oh. Hold on. Got some cleanup here to do. Yep, we gotta snap that edge in place. There we go. Let's weld that together. Let's make sure it's welded. Cool. Alright. Got a little bit of cleanup here. So now that we've got that cut here, I'll be able to snap that all together once I do this cut this way. Alright, so go to, let's get out of that. Let's do this. We do edge, invert snap, on the cut. Let's start from the bottom here. Should work. Okay, now what I should be able to do should be a vert. What the heck? Let's take the edge ones off. Let's do just a vert snap. There we go. Now let's weld that together. Turn that off. Weld that together. Now let's make sure that's welded. Nope, sure didn't. Dang it. Alright, wait a minute. Do we have... Second here. Can we remove this? No. Got a little sliver in here though, that's for sure. Alright, let's clean this up here a little bit. That's kind of ugly. Let's do this. We're going to make a couple new polys based on this front end here. Yeah, based on this edge. Clean this up here a little bit. Now these bottom verts here, I should be able to snap this here. And that should be at 0. Yes. Cool. Good deal. So now we should be able to take this one, turn that off, and 0 that out. Cool. And now we'll make another new poly here as well. Shift drag that down. And let's go ahead and vert snap this. Like so. Good deal. Now what we should be able to do, let's turn this off, let's weld that together, weld this together. Okay, now with that done, we should be able to, let's bring back the lighter. We're gonna suck this in. So, to get behind that billboard. Probably something like that. Yeah, so now we got this is a billboard, like I said, this first right there, so. That goes to 0, I think. I can't remember 100% for sure. I'd have to look at. That's what those spiky bits are there. That should be. There's billboards all the way through here, so all these are billboards. There's also some on the turn 1-2 side, up over here. Okay, so that's good. Okay. Now we want to do... That's looking pretty good, actually. It's not too shabby, if I say so myself. Let's bring in the towers. Let's bring those back in here. I have those two objects that I made previously, I guess, as far as to segregate those towers out, are here. So we got those in the position here. Okay, with that created... Let me bring in the suites here real quick. Which is this one. Yeah, so this is the other thing I'm kind of wondering about. I'm going to have to... Yeah, so what's throwing me off here still, with all that being done, how this cuts into that, I don't know based on where the back of this is. There's a tower that's here. These are shorter, as we already... So I don't know if these are supposed to be level. If these towers are basically level with this roof in comparison to these, I'm not 100% sure. Because I definitely can tell from the ground plane image as far as like these are supposed to be flush with the back of the suites. So, but based on what I see in the LiDAR, the positioning of these towers needs to be right there, but I'm wondering if I just need to adjust the back side of these suites, I guess, to butt up back to the this edge of this side of the towers. Or is it just a matter of having to move? Let's go into the suites model here. Do we just need to move that more this way? No. You can see how that, even based on the LiDAR, is still cutting into that. No, I know they're not cutting in, so I'm already clear on that. I'm just wondering, because this here is still based on the top-down picture, right? So there shouldn't be any reason to have to... There shouldn't be any reason to have to, because this is what we did last stream, as far as we found it necessary to have to adjust that model. And that proved to be something we shouldn't have had to do. So I guess that's what I'm... Because based on this, we'd have to move that in quite a bit. But I'm wondering if I should just do it... Let's try this. You can always move it back, I suppose. Let's go edible poly. Yeah, because what's still bugging me is the fact that this here was still built on the ground image, right? From the ground up, we just didn't have the height. So the fact that I'm having to move it this much, as far as in this direction, I shouldn't have had to do that. So that's what I'm... If anything, it was just the height that we didn't have. It was just to be able to adjust it to the height. So the fact that I'm having to see this presenting itself like this, that's what's kind of bugging me. Alright, so, but I can still see all this green that's in front of this. So, I'm guessing maybe if I move this, that's what I'm going to try here, at least anyway. So let's move. I don't know how far I want to do this here. So if we move this way, and get this to cut in, and still be in front of that. If that makes sense. Alright, so let's undo that. Yeah, so let's do this a section at a time here. So let's do this section. Something like that. Ah, I didn't select all the verts, dang it. So it makes it kind of tough because I need that LiDAR information, I guess, to be able to get in a position here, but to get all the vertices selected is another challenge. The vertices I need, I guess, to get them moved. There we go. Okay. Yeah, so I think what I'm missing too is... Dang it. Crap. I'll have to straighten that out. Excuse me. Yeah. I didn't get that one that was way down, I guess, for... Shoot. Alright. I know what I did wrong, but... It's just not very evident. So I'm moving this up this way. So there's still a tower right here, similar to this one. That's right behind that, so that's... So if I get this closer to this screen... Yeah, so there's a vert way down there. It's going to become very obvious once I remove this LiDAR as far as what vertices I didn't move along with it. Because there's one way down here, I guess, as far as that's the support for the suites, and I didn't select it all, I don't think, on this part here. So let's turn the LiDAR off again. And stands. Yep. So I kind of goofed that up. Son of a biscuit. It's got a big dent in it now. Shoot. God dang it. Alright, hold on a second. I'm going to see if I can step that back. I goofed that all up. Something crazy. I don't know if it'll go back that far, hopefully. Yep. Yep, that should be good. Okay, that should be good. I think we're back to square one there. Yeah, so what I wasn't doing is getting all the vertices straight all the way down. Alright, so let's try that again. So all the way through this segment here, there should be... Am I getting it all? Nope. How far down is that bugger? Where are you at? See, it's way down here and I can't see it. I think. Huh. Why am I not selecting it? Why is it not selecting it? Let's try it this way. We'll go top down. That might be easier. There we go. That might be easier. Top down is usually always times the best. So. Okay. That's better. Yeah, that's a little better. Yeah, we'll try top down. Should be our better option here. Okay. This one here. Okay, let's check this model here. So we should be more flush with that. Oh, for crying out loud, top down. Thank you. Alright, so we might have to let's adjust this rotation here a little bit on that. There we go. You can already see we probably have a lot of tweaking to do on these. Initially there, that's not too bad. Alright, so let's check. Back into here. Top down. Attention over here too. Cool. That's not actually too bad. Not too shabby. I'm not disliking it. I'm definitely not disliking it. So that's what's going to take, I guess, to get all those into compliance there. Oh, you'll be on to 10? Alright, Evan. Cool. What time is it now? Holy crap. I'm closing in on 4 hours here. Holy mackerel. I'm making some progress here for sure. So I guess that's part of the reason why I wasn't even expecting this to go as long as it did. Pretty cool. Thanks for letting me know there, Evan. Cool beans. So you got another hour is what you're saying. So in other words, hurry your butt up. Hurry your butt up. That's what he's telling me. Yeah, he was wanting to do some 7 Days to Die. I've been playing that. Yeah, so that's pretty much where we're at, I guess, with being able to get this in compliance. I think we're much closer to what, see how much I can finish this up there. I'm starting to get hungry, too. I think of it. You go on and on about motivational topics. Oh, really? Oh, he was probably lurking. I don't doubt it. He was probably lurking near Torch, so. But, yeah, he was playing some 7 Days, I guess, probably while watching too. Appreciate it. So yeah, it's effectively got another hour. I'll probably be closing this up here pretty soon here anyway. I need to take a break from that. I need to get some grub. I'm starting to get hungry. But we made some really good strides on this so far. We'll continue on this next time. That's for sure. I think we made some pretty good progress on this here now. What I'll do, with all that being said, I'm gonna clean up some stuff here. I'm gonna rename these just so I know once we come back into this next week as far as what's going on here. Let's name this one Tower 1. I know I'll end up probably renumbering these as I'm gonna have to segregate all these from the main model. I guess eventually there too, but just to kind of get some clarity in our items list here as far as like what the heck is going on here. So the next time we come in here, so we'll do Tower 1. We'll name this one Tower 2. Okay, now we've got that clarity in our items list, and then also this one here that we created, we're gonna name this something else. So let's name it Front Stretch Grandstand. And I'll just name it Platform. And we can definitely name it something else. I just want to get some clarity in here as far as like when I come in here, I'll know what the heck is going on in here. So we got these towers that are separated from the main tower piece, which is oh, I got that hidden, that's why. I was gonna say, where is it? I got it hidden. So it's on high def. So now we've got this here for the towers. So now if I bring this all in here, I'll be able to tell this is still the main towers, and we got the ones individualized. I'll probably end up renumbering, like they said, as we do this, but that's probably a good place to bring this to a close. We'll go ahead and save it this way, and we'll continue that work on next week. Hopefully, Torch will have something for us, I guess, to be able to share, I guess, with the new track layout. It's not really a new layout, it's just having to redo it based on the resize of the point cloud point data and so on. So because of all that, this is why we are where we are. So hopefully Torch will continue to work on that, and we'll have that to showcase, I guess, on top of continuing to work on this grandstand model piece. And we'll apply some texture to that platform and all that stuff, maybe conform it a little bit better, but at least we got a pretty good solid piece here for so far. Getting really close now. Cool. Appreciate it. That'll be looking forward to that. So let's do save as. We're going to save our scene. Yes, please. I'll give that a second to load up here. How many people do we got hanging out here? Chat here. In fact, I got a pretty good idea here. Evan's been kind of lurking in here too. He's I think he's currently streaming here. He's doing some 7 Days to Die. I think that's where I'm gonna send y'all. He was kind enough to kind of let me know what was going on there. He kind of kept me honest there. I can appreciate that. I respect it. He was wanting me to get in there play some 7 Days for him. He's got a little bit of an hour there, so I think that's where I'm gonna send you guys. As far as go over to Evan's stream there. So yeah, let me go ahead and switch this on over to the raid scene. Again, I appreciate everybody that did drop in for Spline Design Studios Saturday, and hope you have a fantastic rest of your weekend, morning, evening, night, wherever you happen to be, and we will see you again pretty soon. But let me go ahead and get this raid scene set up. Oh, Torch got himself another slots there. I guess they kind of ended off on a high note there. Pretty cool. Alright, I tried this on yesterday's stream for Farming Friday, yeah. So I'm gonna try it again and see if this works. Hopefully this works. So all I gotta do is hopefully this works right. It's just a matter of typing in correctly. So here we go. Yep, cool beans. So again, thanks everybody for stopping by for Spline Design Studios Saturday. If you're new to the channel, you're liking what you see and you want to see more of it, make sure you hit the follow button on the channel, get the notifications when we're live. I got the social media links in the channel, as well as in the bot should have necessarily, if it hasn't, let me go ahead and put that out there right away. I want to let everybody know as far as that, god dang it, I already spelled that wrong. There we go. Cool. Hopefully we can see you come along with me on the raid over to Evan's stream there. You're in the Discord? Sweet. Alright. Appreciate it, Evan. So I'll be over there. I'll see you here in a couple. And hope to see y'all, the rest of y'all over there too. Thanks for coming along with the raid. We'll see you again real soon, like I said. I'll be streaming no later than Wreckfest for words are hard on Wednesday for Wreckfest Wednesday. So if you want to catch that, again, make sure you're hitting the follow button on the channel to get the notification for when that stream is live. So we'll see you again soon. Bye for now.